Hello, hello, happy Wednesday. We've got to figure out our plans for today. So last week we spent a chunk of time looking at, let's get into the VAB and we can look at the stuff we had. Last week we spent a chunk of time looking at this beautiful, beautiful animal, which is basically an Atlas centaur. And it's great, except we don't have the insulation tech yet for this to make it to the moon. The alternative, as far as what was done in the real world, is that we need better RCS tech to get, like, hydrazine and stuff like that. And that's locked behind 1964 tech, which we need to get this capsule era material science, which will also give us our first insulation layer. So basically we need this tech either way, whether we want to try to send the Centaur all the way to the moon, or if we want to go back to an Atlas Agena and have the ship use, like, RCS to capture itself into lunar orbit. The lunar probe is kind of stuck behind needing more research. Now we are so far behind on early lunar probes that it doesn't matter. We're actually literally off the chart at this point. So we're pivoting to crude orbit. We got to get crude orbit done, ideally not as late. And we can get... yeah, we have a few more years on commercial applications. So crude orbit is the focus. Basically, this is all pretty straightforward to do. Getting orbital test flight on crude, orbital flight crude, collect basic crew science. We should be able to do these with just like 3 consecutive launches of some sort of human-rated orbital vehicle. So that's what we're going to do. We did start to work on that at the end of last session, and I think we want to pick up kind of where we left off from it. And I don't know what I called it. Did I just call it Mercury 1? I did call it Mercury 1. There we go. So this is exactly what you would expect it to be. It is a Mercury Atlas. It is, I think, staged correctly. Although we don't have all of the, like, orbital return chunks staged up yet. So I think that's some of the stuff we're going to have to work on next. As far as the scripting, yeah, it only gets itself to orbit. It doesn't, it doesn't handle the return. So we have to write our scripts to handle the return, and we need to get the we do need to get this cleaner into a more direct orbit more easily, because right now our orbital insertion is bad. Sorry, I'm thinking. I'm contemplating my choices with how I want to do this. I guess we should probably just start with working on the scripting, because this build is pretty much done. We might find some tweaks we need to make to it, but it's pretty solid. So I think it's just a matter of getting our that needs to turn on down here. I think it's just a matter of getting our getting our script figured out. Sorry. Okay. So right now, all we're doing is we're running the standard Atlas launch script, right? And that is fine. But it's not... I mean, we can mess with our initial pitch and some other stuff to try to get a more smooth orbital insertion. But part of it is also this part of this script here that tries to calculate how we want to burn relative to our trying to keep our insertion periapsis correct as it goes into orbit is just kind of funky. I don't love it. We can probably make it work well enough just with some test launches, though, so let's just do some test launches. Let's see if we can... crap. Don't save. We're just gonna reopen it. Did I save after I fixed the staging? I did not, so we'll save that one. Okay. As I was saying, I think we could probably just sim this a few more times and get it. I feel like there was something that it was doing, like, consistently at the end of the last stream, kind of no matter how I tweaked some things, that was bad, but I didn't take good enough notes to know what that thing it was doing badly was, so I'm going to have to relearn that. And I apologize for that. So let's just run this thing in the sim and see what we get. Yeah, look at that. Beautiful. Oh, and I also do need to set up the abort action group before we human rate this thing. That is important. Okay, so yeah, it ends up pitching way down towards the end because it's pushing the AP out too high. But honestly, the PE is not high enough anyway. So I think we need to lower our initial AP, target AP, and we want to pitch over a lot more aggressively at the start. Let's aim for like a 250 instead of a 300. And we're going to pitch over a little more. Let's just see what this does. I think its AP is way out ahead of it, so we might be able to pitch over even more. But obviously, the more we pitch over early, the more we're flying through the soup, the more we lose Delta V. So we are pretty low still. I may have been a little too aggressive in how much we changed that initial pitch over. Yeah, it's not happy about that. Although that wasn't a major steering correction, so maybe that's okay. And we're much closer to our AP, which is great. Hey, that's orbit. It's not a beautiful orbit. But it's an orbit. And then if we point retrograde, fire the retro pack. And when we actually fly this thing, it's going to have crew. So... you know, there will be a human being there to handle the return, but I guess we don't really, I don't know. Is it cheating to not script the return, like, point retro stage and... in theory, all of that would have been automated on this, right? I don't remember the details of the Mercury sequencer, but... Alright, it should be passively stable now that we're in the atmosphere, so I think we can leave SAS off. Beautiful. Arm the parachutes. Where are we landing, by the way? Africa. All right. God, that main chute waits a long time. All right. And that is a successful landing. I guess the question is, do we want to push our orbit even a little lower? I think this 8 was fine. It's the initial pitch. But if we set the target altitude a little lower, we'll, we might not push ourselves quite as high. Well, we shouldn't push ourselves quite as high earlier. And I'm hoping that'll get us maybe a little bit more circular. It was a pretty close to circular orbit. Well, 250 by 190, I think. But if we can dial it in a little cleaner, I would be happier. And once we've got the orbit dialed in, we have to, I guess, figure out the return script. I don't know. And then, well, I guess at least for the orbital test flight, we have to figure out the return script, because that needs to be automated. Even if all it does is have, like, a wait 3 minutes, or a time warp to 3 minutes ahead, or whatever. What was that? What? Excuse me? Why did we not stage? There we go. I'm not sure why it didn't do that last time. We're definitely a little low in the atmosphere for a lot of this flight, which maybe we could do something about, but then we're gonna come in Yeah, it's right at the end of the insertion that it gets screwy. Hey, Starfighter! And I think what's happening is that right at the end, as our TWR gets higher and higher, we're pushing our AP further ahead, and it just pushes over more and more to try to compensate for that. And I think the way to fix that is to be closer to our AP when that happens. But I'm not sure how to end up closer to our AP without... Alright, let's bring this pitch up just a little bit, because we are definitely in the atmosphere for too long. And we will go from there. Is that a launch escape tower? That is a launch escape tower. We're making human orbit happen today. And I have no idea if ditching the escape tower at the same time as the Atlas skirt is historically correct. It's probably not. But it looks cool. All right. So this is doing a pretty good job of keeping our AP just like 2 minutes ahead of us, which is perfect. It's exactly how this is supposed to work. All right, but now it's starting to push out more. Yep. Now we're going to pitch over more and more and more because we pushed out too far. And we're in a 500 by 200 orbit. You know what? I'm taking 500 by 200. That's good enough for me. Full-fledged Quicksilver, aka knockoff Mercury. Hey, this is a real Mercury Atlas. Thank you very much. I'm using all the right Blue Dog parts. But there it is. Cool. I'll take 500 by 190. As long as our G-forces didn't hit something stupid where we're gonna, like... Is that in MechJeb's flight recorder? Can I see... see acceleration? Is this in Gs? 7 Gs? I think that's okay. This is all automated. Passenger blackout is acceptable. True. But I do need them to do science for me, so... We have all sorts of weird space foods for them to eat, and... Okay, so this is good. And then all we really need... You know, okay, so these are like 4 hours, 3 hours. I don't know how long all of these tests are. And I don't have a crew in here, even in the sim right now. But like, wait, return time. Go to space, eat some stuff, join ass. Exactly. Local orbit time is, I don't know, 6 hours. So we wait orbit time, lock steering to... Do I have retrograde or do I have to do negative prograde? I do have a retrograde. Let's actually do this. all we're doing here is we're locking to a specific retrograde instead of tracking retrograde. This is only going to be a few seconds, so yes, we won't burn directly retrograde, but it'll be close enough. And I just trust my steering locked function a little more when we're not sort of constantly pitching over to account for our orbital change, if that makes sense. But here, we can lock to retrograde. I guess I should do, after we launch, RCS on, lock steering to ship prograde. Wait orbit time to do time warp, question mark? Actually, no, I can manually do time warp. I could just say wait orbit time, and then here set warp to 0, wait 1, wait until, what is it? Kuniverse time warp is settled? Yeah. All right, so we have an orbital time, 6 hours here, but we can control that per mission. Target altitude is whatever. So after the Atlas launch, we turn RCS on, we lock steering to prograde, and then the script just waits. During this, I can set up time warp, I can control science, I can do whatever I need to do with our Kerbal. Then it will turn off time warp. Not double colons, single colons, Brandon. This isn't Java. We lock retro. We burn retro. We rail warp until we are within the atmosphere. We lock steering to retrograde. I don't know, 35,000? Deploy the parachutes? Alright, so for this initial test, I'm going to set orbit time to something like 1 minute. And this should be our fully automated, like, go up, return process. So let's revert to launch. And 1 minute is just enough time that I can turn on, like, 10x time warp, and we can see if it properly, like, comes out of time warp, points itself retro, etc. That thing really, really goes, doesn't it? Goodbye, launch escape system. We'll miss you. Goodbye. I have not set up any abort anything yet. The abort group will probably be manual. I guess I could try to catch a couple of conditions where it fires the abort group automatically, but for now, it will be manual, but I need to set up the action group. All right, so I missed something. What I missed, I think, was a stage here. But if we manually add that stage... Yeah, there we go. It'll lock itself retro now. Or no, prograde. Yeah, there we go. And if we go into time warp... Might be messed up because we didn't stage properly here before, and I did add that stage. I guess I could have it always pointing retrograde, couldn't I? No reason not to. Actually, you know what? No, we'll do this. We'll do this. Yeah, I'm not sure where the script thinks it is. The script probably got... Oh, I know what happened. The script got all the way down here, and it's trying to wait until steering locked, and it can't do that when it's in time warp. I think that's what happened. So now that I took it out of time warp... Yeah, and it's locked to what is not actually retrograde, because we went a quarter of the way around the planet. Good to know that that's what happened. But that only happened because it didn't stage, it didn't lock to prograde, and orbit time was a really small amount. So if I set this to a reasonable orbit length, even just like 20 minutes instead of 1 minute, that should get us... And now this will stage, so it'll actually stabilize itself. And then... Oh, what? Oh, and I can't call this prograde, can I? Hope that works. And then as far as the launch escape system goes, and what we should do here is any automatic abort triggers go here. When false, then can I fire the abort group? Is that just a SAS mode, nav mode, stock action groups? It's abort on. Okay. Cool. And abort, I guess, you know what? Let's go to the VAB and let's set up the abort group. Because let's test it. So actions, abort. Launch escape. Launch escape. Oh my god. If my mouse goes over this window, then the stuff I'm looking at gets deselected. Launch escape, activate engine. Mercury Atlas adapter, decouple. I can't select these from here. I have to do it. Great. I don't know if I can even get into those. All right, we're gonna have to try to clip the camera in here. I don't know. So, like, this has a chute, but there's another chute that's, like, in... here? This is awful, by the way. Oh, I can't even, like, select the chute here. I can't... There it is. There's the parachute. I had it. Yeah, the problem is this is the main chute. That's the drogue chute. We really need to be able to deploy this in the abort group. So here's a question. I took those off. If I put this back on, did the group survive? Yes. All of those parts are still in the group. Okay. That's good. That means that if I can manage to get this chute out... maybe I could do it from, like, this... I can't zoom in any further than that. Take this whole thing and move it this way. I get... ooh, that's maybe something. Oh, 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 look at that! There it is. Okay. How's that for awful? Okay. So my question is, with those chutes in the abort group, are they going to... how did I get it in there in the first place if it's so hard to get out? Holding down the Alt key so it snaps to nodes instead of surfaces. There's a node inside the nose control module that the parachute snaps to. And it was very fiddly to get it in, to be clear. All right, let's Let's try an abort. Let's see what happens. I mean, sure. I'll take that. That looks like a safe landing to me. We also... Chutes open immediately, but it's okay. They still worked. I also like that we still have the retro pack on here. Maybe we should decouple the retro pack when we fire the chutes as well. I can add that to the action group. Maybe. Just leave that behind. We don't need it. All right. Now I am going to go ahead. Fire the retro pack for extra TWR. That is hilarious. I don't think it's necessary. We'll find out. Excuse me? Oh, probably when I moved stuff around, I screwed up the staging order, disconnecting and reconnecting things. Yep, there it is. That needs to be in this stage. And again, I have no idea if ditching the launch escape tower at the same time as the Atlas skirt is reasonable, but at that point, the TWR of the Atlas is pretty low. Yeah, I have no idea how long they kept the tower on, but whatever. If we find ourselves in an abort that late in the process, you know, maybe that is a good reason to, are there phases? So that's what I'm testing next. I want to test right before we ditch the boosters, because that would be, like, worst case scenario. And then after that, we've ditched it. So at that point, we're kind of screwed no matter what. But if we have a failure, a significant failure that late, then I'm less worried about, you know, being able to pull us away from the booster, right? So yeah, we're gonna test at like peak acceleration. And we can also try what you were saying and add the retro pack to the abort system. I don't know how much oomph it really has, but... So this ditches, I believe, 2 minutes and 45 seconds into the launch, so we want to fire the retro pack at like 2 minutes and 40 seconds, or not fire the retro pack, fire the abort tower at like 2 minutes and 40 seconds, and see what that looks like during that phase. Yeah, so we had, I think we end up at like 6G at booster ditch, and then like 7G at sustainer burnout. We will find out. I should probably also add, like, shut down engines to the abort group. That would be a worthwhile thing to do. I'm just going to turn off the time warp, and we're going to wait for our target time here. We're up to 3.5 G. Four G. Five G. Oh, whoops, I missed it. You know what? Instead of doing this by hand, let's be less stupid. Let's just put it in the script. So if I go into Atlas, and it does this like, wait until booster drop is set warp to 0, wait until Kuniverse time warp is settled, forget stage, abort on. There we go. Shutting off engines is cheating? Yes, technically. Well, maybe. I presume the abort system would try to shut down the booster. Because not all abort scenarios involve an out-of-control booster, right? And you don't want to leave an out-of-control booster. But here we go. This should be what we want. But yeah, as far as tests, we should test without shutting down engines. This will just, when it would ditch the booster, it will do an abort instead. This is what we want. This is the worst case scenario. Some boosters also just don't want to be stopped, but... Autocorrect isn't the biggest spaceflight enthusiast. Fair. Oh, that's the other thing I need to make sure is that we have, like, with experiments running and someone on the ship and all of the life support systems on, that we have the power to run, like, 6 hours. I think we do. Yeah. I mean... That's gonna suck for all involved, but we are well clear. I didn't see what peak G forces were there. Flight recorder? Acceleration? Yeah, like 14 Gs. Alright, that's good. That works for me. Let's turn this script back to what it's supposed to be. So yeah, I think the only thing is making sure that our return script is all working correctly. So yeah, this is set up to do a 20-minute orbit, so that is what we will do when we come back from the ad break, because Twitch is telling me it is ad break o'clock. The first hour, as always, flies by. I'll see folks in just a few minutes. We'll do a couple more test flights, make sure that we're all set for our actual missions, and then we will fly some actual manned orbital flights. I'm excited. All right, I'll see y'all soon. We're back. All right, so I think, well, you know what? Actually, before we revert this, I think we need to confirm that ooh. Yeah, all right. I need to catch this situation in KOS. So we're actually not done with the abort stuff yet. Because I can do... Yeah, on abort. And then... what's the best way to do an infinite loop in... Because the problem is, if we return from this on abort, we're going to return to some other part of the code that's trying to do stuff. We never want to return from this on abort. And I know that it is bad form to stay stuck in an interrupt handler in kOS, but I think in this case it's actually what we want. We'll find out, though. Can I just do an until false? Yeah. All right. When wait statements are ignored when inside when then blocks, it's okay to loop over small lists. Yeah, everything in a when-then block is expected to... Is there, like, a command that would abort the script? That's what I really want, is just, like, turn on SAS and then... shut down... Yeah, shut down the computer. Maybe that's what I want to do. Parts... Let's see, it'll be like ship, root part... Here, let's, Okay. And this is going to be a million modules. Yep. Okay, it is kOS processor. We found it. Get module of... That's a special type of module, so it has its own deactivate. All right. So, if we do this again, if we go back to the Atlas script and change this to abort on, and rerun the abort, hopefully we'll see the computer shut down, and we will see... Yeah, it does look like the parachutes worked fine. We just need to make sure that we get ourselves pointed retro, and that the computer shuts down afterwards. So those are the things that we are checking for with this. And then we'll do one more non-abort test to make sure that orbital return works correctly. Oops. I offset the rocket at the VAB, and now it's offset here. Ah, this game. Oh, the bound variable core refers to the current CPU. That is good to know. Returns a core structure, which has all suffixes of KOS processor. Okay. But this looks right. Besides the fact that this is still here. Yeah, RCS is on. There we go, but we needed to... And it did kill the program, but we're missing a couple of other steps as far as making sure that these RCSs are activated and then ditching the launch escape tower. And the problem is if I do core... Well, I guess ditching the launch escape tower... Alright, well, activating the RCS, at least, we can do in vehicle assembly. That's fine. Go in here. We find this. And... where is it? Auto strut, resources... There's a toggle RCS, but that's not helpful. This also just has a toggle. Can I set up a sequence of triggers from within my trigger? Here's a question. Because what I want, right, unlock steering, RCS on, SAS on, we need to do some, like, it's triggers all the way, yeah. Because what we need is, like, wait for burnout of LES, stage, wait until stage ready, stage. I don't think you can wait in ons. I think I was reading something about that. Yeah, let's find the whole thing about triggers. While wait is possible, okay. Yeah, but we don't care if other triggers run at this point, right? Like, we're specifically, okay, then yeah, we can wait here. So we could just do, like, wait however long the LES takes to burn. And I don't know what the burn time of the launch escape system is. Doesn't say. We'll just do 10 seconds. That's fine. Stage. Wait until stage ready. Alright. So that should do what we want, where it'll get the RCS on, it'll ditch out all the parts, it'll let SAS take over, and it'll shut itself down gracefully. Let's see if that actually does what we want. Parachutes are together, that's together. This ditches at the same time as that. Yep. That looks good. There we go. Ditches everything. We could probably do that a little sooner than 10 seconds. Maybe like 5 seconds. But cool. Yeah, we're retrograde. SAS is on. We should be able to return safely from this height. Oh, SAS mode is not right. Oh, look, there's a note. SAS mode is reset to stability assist when toggling SAS on. However, it doesn't happen immediately. You have to skip a frame. Alright, that's fine. Although it seems like at some point, did we just run out of RCS fuel? Yeah, we did. Yep. Weight 0. I've been using weight 1 in a lot of places instead of weight 0 because I don't... Weight 0 doesn't always seem to work right. Because some things don't actually happen in one frame, but I think in this case it is just one frame, so we're okay there. I mean, the other option is to do, since we have to wait 10 seconds anyway, do it here. And then we know we don't even have to screw around with it. Make that 5 seconds instead of 10 seconds. We can actually leave RCS off until down here. Yeah, unlock steering, SAS on. Wait, this stage ditches the escape tower. This stage enables the RCS. Then RCS on, SAS mode retrograde. Yeah. And that way it's not ever trying to do anything with RCS early. But in this case, it was able to, because it was pointed mostly retro, once it ran out of RCS fuel, it just kind of automatically stabilized, because of course the Mercury capsule is passively stable. But we want to make sure we're pointed retro until, you know, we want to use the RCS if we can to make sure that we're actually pointed retro for re-entry, right? All right, let's do one more flight. Right, and again, we should ditch around 1 minute 40, no, 2 minutes 40, sorry, 160 seconds. There we go. That's perfect. And we should see, yes, it does want to stabilize towards retrograde. Overshoots a little bit, gets itself there. Beautiful. I mean, in this case, we're still going up. So it's kind of doing that. Curious if we're going to have enough... Yeah, I mean, it's going to burn through HTP, trying to keep itself stable here. That's okay. Again, the capsule is passively stable, so... Yes, that was a launch escape test. That was quite intentional. We're looking good. I mean, it does... Because we shut down KOS and we revert to SAS at this point, it's naturally going to be a little screwy. But the capsule is passively stable, so as long as it can get itself stabilized before it runs out of RCS fuel, it's fine. Yeah, that's great. That's perfect. Well into the red part of the G meter, yeah. There's not a lot we can do about that, unfortunately. This is not a standard re-entry. And remember, this is like the worst case abort, right? This is an abort just before the booster drop, which is our highest acceleration for the whole system. We're still inside the atmosphere. Like, this is absolute worst case. Well into the red part of the G meter, but not as bad as the actual abort burn. Abort is like 14 Gs. This is only 12 Gs, maybe? Oh... But that looks good. Looks like parachute's deployed fine. We're coming down nice and slow at this point. I'm going to call that a successful test. So let's get the abort test code out of the script. And let's do a full mission profile test. So I've got this set in the script to a 20-minute mission. So this should get itself stabilized after it ditches the Atlas and then turn on time warp. And then I should be able to do whatever I want with the time warp during that period. I can turn it off. I can mess with experiments if I need to. And then as soon as the orbit is over, it will do what it needs to do to make sure it gets out of orbit. So that's what we want to see. And if that works well, then I think we're ready to fly whatever the bare minimum requirement is for did I take that contract already? No, I haven't. We have an uncrewed test, and then we have at least one more launch that's crewed. I think it has to be 2 crewed launches. There we go. That's the normal launch escape system staging. It's 2 more contracts. I don't know if I can take them both at once. There's first crewed orbit, and there's return science from orbit. So I will have to check those and see if I can take them both at once or not. If I can't take them both at once, then we'll need to do 3 flights, 1 uncrewed and 2 crewed. What's our orbital period? I don't know. Really? I don't have orbital period on Kerbal Engineer? Let's add orbital period to my hour and a half. So for 6 hours, that's 4 orbits, basically. That's reasonable for a first couple missions, I think. Just looking at, like, the experiments and how long they take, we're looking at 3 hours, 4 hours. I think the longest one is 5 hours, and I'm like, if I just set the mission duration to 6 hours, that's fine. I'm not sure how consistent our orbital period is going to be, because our final orbit is, it's not the most controlled orbital entry in the whole wide world. Cool. And then we point retrograde whenever it thinks the mission is over. Fire the retro pack. And then, there we go. So this is going to wait until it enters the atmosphere. I'm not sure where our PE is doing there, but it's doing stuff. Point retrograde. And that retro pack is just hanging out. Alright. Yeah, that's it. Now it just rides through. Where do we end up in 200 by 500? Do we survive a worst case reentry burn? I mean, that depends where we do our... I mean, I think yes. The answer is yes. Just because this heat shield is overkill for this mission. We could do a manual test of doing a an entry from, like, the worst case 500 kilometers, but I think we're okay. Once we get a little deeper in the atmosphere, like, I don't think we get anywhere near the heat limits or the ablator limits on any of the re-entries we've done so far. Who cares about passenger limits? Yeah, that's a different problem, but Yeah, we're up to 2 Gs. Ooh. 8 Gs. And like 80% of our ablator. I think that's fine. Yeah, this one is pretty symmetrical. It is close enough to symmetrical. I mean, it's been out of RCS fuel for a long time. It was purely passively stabilized for most of that reentry. This is going to be really interesting with later capsules. Yeah. I mean, if I want to do moon boots, we're going to have to figure out... I mean, we could potentially skip Gemini, but I think we're going to want to do a Gemini of some capacity. We could maybe try to do Lunar Gemini. I do have the, like, sci-fi-ish parts enabled, so we have some, like... Lunar Gemini concepts, I think, available, and some stuff from some novels and TV shows. So we could push for a Lunar Gemini instead of Apollo. That might be fun. Just to have an opportunity to do a little bit of different vessel design. Cool. That's perfect. Is this it? Are we good to go? Ship it. Yeah. All right, let's check the actual contracts for, like, their precise requirements. Make sure I didn't miss any, like, orbital... There we go. Orbital test flight uncrewed. This is the one we want. Yeah, it just needs PE above 150, and we're hitting that. Stay in orbit for... Is that 1 hour, 27 minutes that it wants? I'm assuming so. So we'll just call that 2 hours in the script. That's fine. I guess we could do it at 87 minutes, but... Really, it just wants us to do one complete orbit, right? That's what that is supposed to be for. And if we check... Early crewed orbit... First orbital flight crewed. Yeah, one orbit, same requirement. And then... Okay, so I can't get this until I do the other one. But I need liquids, visual tracking, flight control experiments, and Earth photography. I can only have... Ooh, AP below 400. Oh, that's gonna stink. Okay. We're gonna have to mess with our flight a little bit. I think this parts with the tag not rated for re-entry is specifically to cheesing things with, like, X-15 cockpits and shit like that. Which we're not doing. So I don't think that's a problem for us that we have to worry about. This AP below 400, like, our orbital insertion is just not that clean. So... we'll see. Because I think some of them have been below 400 and some of them have been well above it. So we might have to mess with our Atlas script a little bit to be able to hit this. But we need to launch this twice to get all of the different sciences, right? Because we can only select 3 of them at a time. And it wants us to do 4. So... capsule should be heavier. Oh, with a human being in it? Yeah, I guess. I mean... it's 1.8 tons now. How much does a human being weigh? $50 or 60 kilograms. Sorry, I had to do the conversion. I'm thinking in pounds for human bodies. Yeah. I mean, it's a chunk of extra payload, but it's not necessarily significant. Think of the experiments, a whole kilo for the camera. Yeah. Either way, we're going to fly this a couple times. We'll see what it looks like to when we launch it with human beings on board and experiments and stuff. And if we need to mess with the launch script, we can do it, because again, we get to fly this thing twice, right? So, all right, modify the launch complex to make it human rated. Construction time 50 days. Yeah, I think we're ready. Renovation begun. As far as tooling, we have this procedural structure that I put up here. Do we have this maybe in a slightly different size already from like an Atlas Agena? 3.05 by 3.315. Oh, whoops, that's the wrong thing. Shit. Let's just reopen it. That's easier. Length. So yes, if we do it like this long, we don't have to retool it. Okay. I'm okay with that. Does it look quite as good? No, but we're avoiding the tooling. I guess we should quickly resim it just to make sure that this offset of the payload doesn't drastically change the gravity turn characteristics. Slightly more forward center of mass. You know what? Now that I'm seeing it on the launch pad, I think I like the longer neck anyway. I think it looks better. The cone part is empty because I already had fuel tanks that were tooled that were like this size. So the cone is purely aesthetic. I think on the real Atlas, the cone would have the top dome of the fuel tank and then, like, avionics in it. Here we've got an end of fuel, an avionics ring, and then the cone on top is just for aerodynamics and looks. I need to try to get this camera angle, like, right when we fire the launch escape system. That's the thumbnail, is the LES getting ditched right next to the camera. Whoa! That can't be right. On its own, that won't spend even a single frame in shot? Yeah. Is this that much heavier when it's this long? That it, like, completely screws up our payload fraction? 150.159. $149.781. Okay. So the answer is yes, apparently. It's only like half a ton extra, but, I mean, half a ton is half a ton. Wow. All right, so we're not doing the longer structure. We're just going to tool this one, because this one works. Solves the 400-kilometer problem. Yeah, solves it a little too well. All right, so I don't mind tooling that, and then we're taking the opportunity to retool the avionics to our latest avionics spec. That's fine. Oh, the thing I haven't checked. Duration, 1 day, 1 hour. And that's with all the experiments on? Yes. That's with comms, active transmission time, 100%. Oh, I didn't even do antenna planning. Let's fix that. Jeez, Brandon. US... Let's tool for the 40 dBm ones, and then we know the 76 dBm ones will work well. Oh, wow. Yeah, we have digital comms. That's right. we can do whatever we want. Okay. I don't care. Let's just set it to like 20 dBm. That's fine. We'll get 4 kilobits. That's fine. That's absolutely fine. Double check all of our staging. Looks good. Looks good. We've already modified this. We have a couple of things to tool. Tool it. All right. Just gotta wait for the launch complex to be ready, and then we can do... Oh, well, the other thing we have to figure out is astronauts. Let's, Oh, upgrade already in progress. Yeah, if I want to train them for orbital, we have to get the astronaut complex ranked up. That might take longer than... That might take longer than everything else we've got to do. And then if I have some astronaut applicants, all right. I guess there's no sense hiring them until the complex is upgraded because I have to start their training, right? As if they need training to eat stuff. I mean, if you've ever seen a parent trying to feed a baby, you know that human beings need to be trained to eat. All right, I think we could fast forward. Fast forward here. Insufficient. Oh, wow, I'm out of money. Jeez. Interesting. Day, month, year. Yeah. How do I want to do this? Let's just slow down LC2 to like 85%? To like 0%? Because, yeah, then we'll finish up first RTGs, the astronaut complex, and then I can turn launch complex 2 back on. Because we still have to upgrade the astronaut complex again, right? So... New training available orbital. That's what we want. Cool. And we're positive. And we're about to be slightly more positive because we'll be, we're going to fly this, which is our last navigation satellite. We can skip to sunrise for those. The other thing we need to figure out that we haven't figured out yet with the commercial applications, and we have time to do this, is these television satellites. You know, however many relay satellites we want to just lob into orbit. Honestly, we just unlocked RTGs, so we could probably lob a couple of antennas attached to an RTG and call it a relay satellite. Cool, but let's launch this fourth nav satellite. And I'm not sure that because we have Principia pulling satellites out of their precise orbits, I'm not sure that the satellite, that the nav constellation contract is actually going to complete. Because it shows that I have none of these, right? It thinks none of my existing satellites count. And I don't know if that's because they're fallen out of their orbits, or just because with Principia installed, it can't track their orbits correctly, or what. But for whatever reason... And, like, I'll check, and if any of them are, like, way, way out of their intended orbits, I won't force complete the contract. But this script gets these things into a pretty tight orbit. Oh, there it goes. I have, like, no memory of what the various wait times on this launch are, or what it actually... Plenty of RCS. All right, and what does this do? How does this work? This will... I think this just goes until it pushes our AP to around 800,000 is how this works. Able... Wait until ship orbit AP is greater than target altitude. Yes. Okay. So I can safely fast forward through some of this burn. Because this is like a 2-minute burn or something like that. We don't all need to sit around for that. I know we've seen a bunch of these, but this is the last one. This should be the last one of these nav satellites that we have to fly. So... I am worried. Also, did my game just crash? My game just crashed. Maybe. I mean, it certainly seems to be frozen. Oh no, I still have this. There we go. We're okay. We're back. I don't know what I did. But I was trying to see if we had an issue with the AJ-10, because it seems like we have very little burn time for this circularization, but I guess we have very little delta V needed. Oh, the engine did not ignite. Yep, we failed to get our second ignition. So we're in orbit, but we are not in the right orbit. And I don't think we can get into the right orbit with RCS alone. It'll try. I mean, fair, we did overburn it, but... Yep, nope, we're nowhere near the right orbit. Alright, that's a failure. So we're gonna have to queue up one more of those. I knew we were overburning that Able, but we got away with it on so many... We've gotten away with it on so many launches. Yeah. As soon as I queue up that rocket, we're gonna lose our, positive funds, but I'll just slide the integration speed all the way down on it, and it'll be like the lowest priority thing we're working on, and that'll be fine. Alright. Nav D. Oh, not enough funds. Dope. What do you cost? 53.74. Alright. There we go. Oh, and our launch complex is also done. So we can... When are you done? 1965, 06, 06? Oof, that's way out there. All right. Well, it's ad break o'clock. The hour has flown by. When we come back from the ad, we'll get the nav satellite queued up. We will... we might not want to queue up our orbital rocket yet, just because we still need to train astronauts, etc., etc. But we'll make some more progress. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. All right, welcome back, folks. I'm just looking at the, let's see, can I add... No. I was trying to see if I could, from this view with Kerbal Engineer, new custom section? That does nothing from here. Nope, okay. I was trying to see if I could see everyone's, eccentricity just from here, but I don't think I can. I think I have to actually go in and check it. But, like, they're all in reasonable orbits. 858 by 782. Like, they all do drift out of their orbit. But, like, if I fly one of them just to check the eccentricity, I'm curious how far off we are. Yeah, 0.0032 something. And the requirement for the contract is 0.004. So I am going to say that those are fine. And not worry about hitting the fourth one. If I have to force complete the contract, because I don't know if it's a Principia compatibility thing or a bug in... Because this is a several-month-old build of all of the mods at this point, right? Because I have not been updating this as I play with it, but for whatever reason... if we have to force complete it, I can. The other thing I noticed is that Mercury proficiency training, that's not even the per-mission training. That's just teaching the astronauts how to use the capsule. It takes a year. I should have started this a long time ago. So no, we're not going to start actually making a Mercury capsule yet, because we have some time to kill. And that probably means that we should figure out our, transatlantic... First flight is uncrewed. Yeah, so we can launch that whenever we want. And in fact, maybe we should, because we'll get a little bit more subsidy. Yeah. This one. Stay in orbit for duration of hour and a half. Yes, except... Make sure the script is set up right for an hour and a half. That's NavSat. Mercury. We'll just do 90 instead of 87, just to be on the safe side. Cool. I think that's fine. We just have to save up the money to, to fly it. Oh, we have the money to fly it. Awesome. We have a ton of cash. Okay. Yeah, let's just get it built then. Let's get it started. I mean, we still have a year. Like, there's no rush. Mercury 1. All set. LC2. Yeah, this thing costs 8,000 funds to fly because it's human rated now, but that's okay. Queue it up. There we go. Queued up. And since we have funds that we're sitting on, I wonder if it makes sense to do that. Just rush everything at this point. Because we really need this orbital science, so... All right, but first things first, nav satellite. On our, by now, very outdated, 1965. Still flying a Thor Able. Love it, love it. But it's more than good enough for this mission, so... We should have pretty good reliability on this engine at this point, yeah. Burns for 4.5 minutes. MTBF is 6.5 hours. So like once every 85 launches. We should have an engine failure on the Thor, so it's very reliable for us at this point, which is great. And as long as we can still be completing these sort of low Earth orbit contracts with it, I'm happy to. At some point, we'll transition our main space program probably off of the Atlas launch pad, and we'll start to rely on bigger rockets for lunar and crewed things, and then we'll be able to start using the Atlas launch pad. Maybe not with the Atlas, maybe with a different rocket design. But we'll be able to start using that bigger launch pad, and that should be capable of getting things to... I'm pretty sure you could do GTO with an Atlas and an upper stage. Like, that should be feasible for geosynchronous satellites when we need that capability. And that should be fun for the scripts, getting scripting for geosynchronous satellites figured out. All right. This is just a long burn still, not a lot we can do about it. Ooh. Beautiful. Thank you, Chatterer. That's enough. Oh, look at that sunrise. Hey, there we go. And then that's just going to get itself down. There we go. Yeah, and this doesn't have any of the other nav satellites, right? So this one says navigation D is set. If I go to the Space Center now, and I pick one of the other ones, if I could just, like, jump between the four of them and it'll figure out how to, like, complete the contract, I'm cool with that. But if it loses track of them, or, like, it can't figure out their orbits when I move between them, then we're going to have to grab, let's try you. Orbit is good. Nav D, Nav 2. Okay. So I do just have to hop between all of them in one save, I guess. Tracking station. Nav B. Oh, this one's drifted. Aww, I got Principiad. Our eccentricity is too high on this one. If we check C and fly C. Yeah, this one's also fine. Oh, nope, and we already lost Navsat 3. So it, like, can't track these. Because, yeah, we have Navigation D, Navigation C. We lost Nav 2, which we just saw was fine. So, like, yes, one of them got Principiad, and I don't care. But it's not going to be able to fix it even if it was. Wrong one. Nav satellite. Complete. There we go. It is. Not worth messing around with. Yes, I could fly one more to hopefully make up for the one that didn't hit its orbit, but like... the chances of a different one just getting Principia'd into a weird orbit is... just as high. And I don't want to mess with it. That is not the point of this challenge run. So, as far as these television contracts go, these Scopos contracts, we need... Oh, I probably need to accept the contract before I can actually see the networks in the Scopos window here, huh? If I just do this, we're not going to see anything. Yeah, there's nothing. Okay, let's go back and let's figure that out. So I'm hoping we can fly basically the same rocket. We can grab... I'm gonna grab... well, 3 of them, apparently. Let's not grab Soviet, because that one's a pain in the butt. Let's grab Paris-Moscow. Because I want to put all of these in fairly flat orbits at a decent altitude, and just, like... be, you know, put 2 or 3 satellites up into a fairly flat orbit and call it a day. That's all we want to do. So transatlantic. Can I not actually see these locations? No, I don't know how to actually see the locations. But like... if we can be in a reasonably flat orbit with a reasonably high gain antenna, I think we're going to be okay. Right? It's just the line of sight is kind of the... Oof. Maybe we don't need this to be at 300% or whatever. Because we are going to have to start flying our TV satellites. So let's get that designed. Alright, nav2 is what we're basing it off of. What is our total delta V? 10,403. Okay. Because if we can get these into basically the same orbit, I'm happy with that. We're not doing the nav satellite bus. We're gonna grab... it doesn't really matter, does it? Procedural probe core. Where did that end up? Nobody knows. All right, my question is, what bands do I need to support for this contract? Does it say? Just says 24 megabit per second and a latency of at most 30 seconds. How am I even supposed to predict latency? How does that work? We'll think about that. So we're gonna have like 2 of those, or honestly, a big one on the bottom. That's fine. Sure, I mean, with 3 antennas, we can do a bunch of stuff. I just like the look of the big parabolic one. It's not really needed. I mean, we could do a whole bunch of them. The science core, we'll use the latest version, don't really care. Turn off this antenna. Transmission time. Alright, antenna planning. At tech level 3, can't necessarily even use S-band. I mean, we're only looking at potentially kilobits at tech level 3. There we go, L-band. This is what I need. Goonhilly Downs at 1 megameter. Transmit power of... Here, take... Ugh. Here, I just want to have the 1 antenna so I can actually see what antenna planning is doing. This is showing nothing happening when I set transmit power to 0, and that can't be right. From procedural, Bodu at 1 megameter. There we go. That's 8 megabits at 0 dBm, so we need more. Okay, so even like 10 dBm is enough to like saturate this. Cool. And we're gonna put a bunch of these on, because it looks cool with a bunch of antennas on it. And we're gonna call that good enough. Planning active 100%. So this whole thing consumes 120 watts. This could have, like, 10,000 batteries? 10,000 batteries? 10,000, units? Yeah, and it lasts 24 hours. And then what I was saying I could do, which would be stupid, but I can do it, is I do have the early RTGs. How many watts does one of these things make? Okay, 2.5 watts. No, we need like 120. That's no good. So what we do is we pull off, we run only 2 antennas, because that's all we actually need. And then we can run solar panels. Yeah, which is perpetual, plenty of power. Yeah, that's lots of power. Okay, beautiful. So we're going to have to make some modifications to the script, just because this thing has to make sure that it's, like, pointed at the sun. But other than that, I think we're going to be able to mostly reuse the same code. Do I want to use the deployable antennas, or do I want to just put normal antennas on here and not worry about it? The deployable ones are fun, but it's more scripting. Like, I could just have a couple of these, right? And that's probably fine. So yeah, we want to be on L band, apparently. Yeah, L wideband, and over 1 megameter. I think I said I could do like 20 dBm. 16 is fine. 12 is fine. 9 is starting to go low. And I do want to account for, like, honestly, we should probably just plan for like 2 megameters. So yeah, 20 dBm is fine. We have 2 antennas, so it should properly act as a relay. We have solar power, the whole thing with panels extended has plenty of power. I think This should work. I have... This doesn't have an offset. All right, I gotta do it with this. That's fine. All right, let's get the script for this figured out. So we're going to base this on... I guess we're going to base it on navsat 2. Because we want to launch it into, like, the same altitude, etc., etc. We wait 1. That's fine. Lock... steering to... That how that works? Lock steering to sun direction, yes. Alright. So that'll point itself to the sun. So it'll get itself into basically the same, like, 800 kilometer by 800 kilometer orbit. And we have the delta V for that. We just changed the deployment to now make sure that we're pointed at the sun. Oh, and I guess the other thing we can do is we don't need to be in... Whoops, wrong button, sorry. We don't need to be in a polar orbit, right? We can get rid of that. So we can launch into fairly flat orbit, or maybe we want to be inclined but not super inclined. Do we want to be in like a 45-degree orbit? This is where I would really like to find like the actual locations that I'm supposed to be connecting. If I can find them on the map. Bermuda, Wallops. Johannesburg. Like, none of these are the TV stations from Scopus, right? Show network? Is that what I want? Do I have locations now? Yes. Except no? They don't seem to actually, like, stick to the surface of the Earth, do they? There's Mugu. Oh, that's fairly high altitude. Okay. Or latitude. Altitude. There's Andover. Right, which is Germany. Okay. So maybe I do want this in a polar orbit after all. Maybe that is the thing. Because, like, it'll pass through this region at some point, and it'll just work. I don't think these are showing in the right locations. Because this is, like, Greenland. And Greenland is not Trans-Pacific. Although, well, that's in the dark, so it's hard to tell. I don't know. Who knows, but I'm thinking highly inclined orbits are the way to go to make this work right. So that's fine. We don't necessarily... I mean, maybe we do. Maybe we just put them in like a polar orbit again. And we can fly like 3 or 4 of these things, and they'll all just be up there in polar orbits, and we might eventually finish the contract. That's kind of my thinking. My concern is that we need, you know, okay, we only need 1% availability over a 90-day period, right? Which is, 21 total hours or something like that. That's fine. I'm worried about the latency requirement, but what's the speed of light? Like 300 kilometers per second. We're going to be in like an 800 kilometer altitude, up and down. So we're looking at 5 or 6 seconds of latency. I think we're okay. Like, even if it ends up being... I mean, it would have to be 5 times that for us to be not okay. So I think we're okay with the 30-second latency. Yeah, I think we just have to launch multiple satellites to... to hit all of the potential requirements. And we have 3 of them. So I think that's fine. I guess we sim it. We see if it gets itself into a reasonable orbit. And then we will want to, I don't know if there's a Scopos view that we can look at when we're in the ship view in the simulator. And that'll tell us kind of if it's doing the right thing at all. Oh, this doesn't have the right program, does it? I'm an idiot. That's okay. Avionics, run, path, 0. Oh, boot, of course. So this has pretty much the same delta V as the nav satellites, so this should hit pretty much the same orbit, no issues. Which was kind of the point of having these Thors around, right? It's supposed to be a cheap established technology that I can just be lobbing commercial satellites into orbit with. So that's what we're gonna do. And then we can queue up, like I said, we can queue up 2 or 3 of these things, right? We can just get them all up in orbit over the course of a couple of months, and then hopefully we can hit our requirements on a couple of those contracts. Okay, there is a Scopos. I can hit show network. Cool, so once this gets itself into orbit, I can just kind of start fast forwarding and looking to see if we can actually hit what was that? Oh, that's fine. Oh, this doesn't deploy the solar panels either. I'll have to do that. I will fix that. Yeah, that needs to be panels on in the script. It's added, but we'll have to do it manually this time. What is this thing doing? What is going on? Well, if it burns out all of its RCS early doing silly stuff, then we're gonna have to, let's just revert. Let's revert to launch. I want to see if this is just a Kraken attack or if something's really wrong with how this thing steers. Because we didn't change anything about the Able stage, right? All we changed was the satellite payload. And we did not have issues like this previously, which doesn't mean it won't happen again. But yeah, I'm looking at this pitch and yaw and roll controls, and everything's going wild. It is very not happy. And we can mess with some of the steering stuff in kOS, and I've mostly avoided doing that, but yeah, that's no good. Yeah, we might have to mess with some of the kOS steering controls. I'm not sure why it's so unhappy with this launch in particular, but it definitely is. See, like, the pitch control there is doing fine. It's just the yaw and the... Yeah. Let's see what it does with the upper stage. If it does the same thing again once we turn on the RCS, then we're going to have to mess around with KOS a little bit. Yep, that looks like it's doing basically the same thing again. Yep. Alright. I know that this is documented in KOS somewhere. Do I remember where? Here we go. Set pitch TS or yaw TS to several seconds, or set torque epsilon min. Okay. Let's just pop in the game and see what those things are set to right now. Okay. Alright, let's just try setting steering manager pitch TS and steering manager yaw TS to something higher, and we'll see if that does it.
Oh, yeah.
Let's try 5. I have not really messed with tuning the steering manager before, so this is going to be a bunch of trial and error until I start to get a feel for it, unfortunately. We're doing it early because we're also seeing issues with the vessel below it, the booster stage. So, like, if I can set this stuff to a reasonable value. But it was already at 2 seconds, so... Oh, right, and it still doesn't have the program in it. You know what? Let's go back into the VAB, and I will set the program so we don't have to keep running it by hand. TV, right? Yes. Well, this looks a lot less awful than it was before. Let's see if that also fixes the issues we had with the upper stage. Oh, it's definitely floaty with them pushed all the way up to 5, though. Okay. Look at that. No, we're going to get into real bad oscillation here, aren't we? Yeah, this is no good. Okay. 2 was too much, or 5 was too much. At least for this part. Let's try 3. Because, yeah, it was letting the oscillation get worse and worse. It wasn't controlling the pitch and yaw tightly enough. Alright, how are we looking here? With 3, yeah, that looks like it's tracking better. Roll is still a little unhappy, but roll has always been a little unhappy. But pitch and yaw look like they're doing okay, nice and stable. We'll see what it does when it goes into time warp. But this looks okay. Beautiful. Rock solid. Roll control is a little unhappy, but that's fine. Again, roll control is always a little bit unhappy. All right, we got to see if those values are also good for this stage, or if we have to increase them at this stage to have stable flight here. Coming around. Oh, it looks better. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Okay, so 3 is good. Ad break is coming up in about 15 seconds. I will let this thing get itself into orbit. We really just need to see that we can get some amount of connection from Scopos, so we'll check that out when we're back from the ad break. And I'll see everyone shortly. still pushing ourselves into orbit here. Okay, this is just circularizing, and it'll get fairly close to circular. Yeah. Oh. That's a bug in the script. Doesn't turn RCS on. All right. So now the question is, does this ever manage to connect any two stations, or is it too close to Earth? It may be too close to Earth. Oh, no. I saw something connect. Okay. So the answer is yes, it can briefly get various connections as it flips around the Earth. I see lines going green, and I see text changing here. So one of these may not hit our coverage requirements, but I'm hoping that, you know, again, if we fly several of them and just have a bunch of them in polar orbit, at least a couple of them should be able to hit the required windows of time at least some of the time, right? You know, and maybe if we time warp quite a bit more. Certainly looks like Paris-Moscow might work. Yeah. Like, we've got up over 1% in the last 7 days.
Space! Space!
Yazor, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Oh, and I still have the follow for your name in the factory text, and I'm not playing a factory game, so that's not going to happen immediately. But I do appreciate the follow. All right, looking at some of the other ones, though. Transatlantic is not looking good. Trans-Pacific is just 0. Yeah. Which makes sense. I think we're not at a high enough altitude for some of these. Ultimately. So how do we have so much of this in one direction and almost none in the other direction? I don't know how this actually works. Yeah, we're up to like, 2.8, 2.9, almost 3% total, which is great. That is the availability we need. I wonder if once one of them hits 1%, it'll just switch over to spending all the time on the other one. It could also be something to do with like our uplink versus our downlink capabilities to each of these two stations. And maybe our range being a little bit worse for one of them than the other. But yeah, all of our other ones we're not hitting anywhere close with just a single orbital. Okay. But like, so latency of at most 30 seconds, this is here to tell me that I'm not allowed to do geosynchronous, right? Because geosynchronous will push our round trip latency up above 30 seconds. No, that can't be right. Yeah, I'm not actually sure what that 30 seconds latency is supposed to be handling. Okay. Well. Going to connect. Nope, not there. Not on this orbit. Because it'll basically have several orbits where it can connect and then several where it won't, right? Because it's just not in the right places. Ooh. Shoot. I hit the wrong button. I sped up my fast forward instead of slowing it down when it connected. See if it connects this time around. Yeah. RxTX. Limited by data rate. Available at 16 megabits. Why are we limited by 16 megabits? Power limited. Would need 1.2 watts. Max 0.8 watts. Up 10 milliseconds. So this is saying I'm at like just 30 milliseconds, which is fine. Okay. Power limited would need 4.6 watts. Okay. So this has its own analysis of data rates that's just totally separate from what Real Antennas tells me. And that's fine. It just means that we need to give these things much more power. If this is saying it wants, 5, 6 times the power, like, let's give it more power and let's see if we get better connection. That could be our issue with everything, is that it's like halfway there but doesn't think that it can hit the power for it. So my concern is that that's really gonna screw up our power budget, but we'll find out. Here, disconnect that, because we're working with this whole thing. I guess worst case, I throw on a third set of solar panels, right? Like, here. And actually, let's just do that now. Nope. Extend, we're simulating. Yeah, 143 watts with the solar extended, so we have plenty of power. I mean, I guess we just go up to like... Yeah, 20 dBm. We have about 0.8 watts. It's right. And it said it wants 4.6. All right. So we need to push that up to like 20, a little over 25 watts. So like 30 dBm is probably enough. We still have lots of power. And if we want to, we could make this like a bigger array. Lots of antennas. Now we should have, yeah, lots of power consumed. And if we disable solar panel output, yeah, okay, we still last 24 hours. Okay. 6 antennas is almost certainly too much. Maybe not. Yep, 24 hours duration. And if we simulate the output, perpetual. Storage is 10 megajoules. Because I'm wondering if it can figure out better if I have extra antennas to support multiple hops. This is something I want to do some science on with Scopos. I don't really have a lot of experience with Scopos. Retract that. Let's close this. We will save. And let's resim this, and let's see if we can get better Scopos results with these much more powerful antennas. I could certainly push them up another few dB if I really wanted to, but then we're getting into the range of needing bigger solar panels and other things like that, and that's we're gonna start to hit weight mass limits on this thing if we go into that range. The other option, of course, would be to, if we want to run higher power, fewer antennas again, go back to just 4 or even just 2. Because again, we do expect that we're going to launch more than one of these, so like one of them doesn't have to necessarily complete the contract on its own. We just want to make sure that it is able to reliably be hitting as many of the different stations as possible and things like that, right? So... Alright, looking good. Still looking good. Think this burns at 2 minutes 30 time to AP. There we go. All right, we can manually do a little bit of time warp through this because this is a long burn. I think in this configuration with the 6 solar panels and the 6 antennas, if I ever built a landing backbuster, I have not. I think you meant back booster, is what I assume. No, I haven't tried to mess around with anything like that yet. How's this doing? Looking good. Yeah, we're good. We've got... should be enough delta V to circularize. And then we will play around again with Scopos and see if we can get... yeah, we might just be too low altitude for some of these transmissions. We're still pretty close to the Earth here. And stage. There we go. All right, coming back up over North America into the sunlight. What can I actually see from where we are? Where are we? We are over... okay. I'm just trying to get a feel for our, like, the distances we can see at this kind of altitude. And the answer is, I mean, shockingly not all that far. Like, I understand now why Paris-Moscow is the easy one. Which we might get... nope, not this time around. Yeah, Kashima to Point Mugu, I'm not sure we can even do. And then Andover to... Goonhilly and Plumer Bodu. God, my French is atrocious. I'm so sorry. We might be able to do this one when we're in the right place. But yeah, we might want to try to be further away from the planet, which is going to mean a bigger booster. This is like our best case scenario for Trans-Pacific. And I don't think we can hit it. Yeah, we have like neither of the stations in line of sight from here. We're just straight up over the ocean. Okay. So we can't do Trans-Pacific at this altitude. We can do Paris-Moscow. And we should come into connection range of that pretty quickly. Yep, there we go. And those are both running with, yeah, totally acceptable latencies, 12 milliseconds, 12 milliseconds. So that's fine. We can get that one. So given the very generous latency requirements of this, we can definitely push ourselves. Earth has an umbrella, nice. Yes. Sorry, I was gonna say, given that, like, our latency requirements, and when we're at this, like, 800 kilometer orbit, our latency is well within the requirements of this thing. We can push further out, but the problem is that we're pushing more and more, you know, we're at the limits of this Thor able, really. Obviously, the further out we are, the less in Earth's shadow we are, so, like, the less battery we need to take. We really don't need, I don't think, 4 of these things. I think, I don't think we need 6 antennas. So we can definitely get lower there as well. But if we're further away, we're also going to need higher gain antennas. So we're going to need to have more power tied to each antenna. Okay, so this is showing these two much more symmetrical now, which is what I wanted to see. So I think that just means that I have, like, enough power for them finally. Revert to vehicle assembly. Okay. Let's see if we can get ourselves into a higher orbit. But I'm worried we're going to have to go... I mean, even if we have to go Atlas, like, we have the... we might have time to timeshare the Atlas pad between our human spaceflight ambitions and this, just because I know that we're going to have to spend a lot of time on trainings for our astronauts. Alright, so let's be less silly with these. Let's just do, like, 2 of them. And, let's push their gain up another. That's a lot of power. That's too much power. Yeah. Well, maybe not quite. Let's see. Extend. Simulated. Claims. Perpetual. All right. So that's fine. We have higher output power. What is our power with this? Closed. 1 day. Yeah, we can bring this down a lot. Shave like 20 kilograms off the payload. It doesn't give us a ton of extra delta V, though. Like, 100 meters a second is 100 meters a second, and I'm fine with that. But, like, that's not going to get us up to, like, a... you know, a significantly higher orbit, right? If we want to be, like, instead of 800 kilometers... What's this? Oh, sorry, Andrew, I missed your message. So this is RP-1, which is Realistic Progression 1, which is all of the Realism Overhaul mods, plus contracts in a campaign mode. And just to make that even harder, I'm working on only flying ships that I can fly with kOS scripts. So I'm not flying anything by hand, I'm just using the programs that I write to fly my rockets. It's basically real rocket science at this point, and it's very painful. So what I'm trying to do right now with this particular rocket is early television satellite, basically. So it needs to be able to see, you know, it needs to be in a high enough orbit that it can see both stations, but also the power to run TV antennas. Broadcasts is a lot of power this early on in my tech. So I'm trying to figure out what orbit I need to get it into so I can complete that contract successfully. So we were previously looking at like an 800 kilometer AP. Maybe if we pull out to like a 1.2 megameter, 50% higher. I know that. You know what? Let's figure this out. What am I trying to do here? So that's 120 west at 34 north at Point Mugu. And Kashima is very similarly north and 140 east. So they are basically 100 degrees apart. Okay. And then height above a sphere. Pretty unbelievable how some modders were passionate about this game. Yes. It is wild what people have done. Calculate the maximum angle subtended by a sphere from a height. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. 2 arc sine of radius over radius plus our height. Okay. What's the Earth's radius? Sorry, I'm just Googling some stuff and doing some math here. Call it 6.4 kilometers. Okay. Sorry, 6.4 megameters. Oh, that might do it. Okay. Yeah, this 1.2 megameters I think is enough. I think my calculator is giving me a number in radians, but we have 1 radian at 1.2 megameters. And what's 1 radian in degrees. No. We need 2 pi radians, so we're still way too low. Okay. Right. Pi radians is only half a circle. What if we were up at like 3 megameters? Theta equals 2 times... I don't know. Assuming Google's AI gave me the right thing, which it might not be. Oh no, maybe it is about right. If we go up a little bit higher, like 2 megameters... No, I'm coming up with smaller numbers when I have a higher altitude, and that can't be right. Good old Google AI and his nonsense. Yeah. Oh, because this is the wrong frickin' thing that it gave me. It's telling me what angle of my view is filled by the sphere. That's not what I want. I want the other thing. I want how much of the sphere's surface I can see from a given altitude. That's why it's getting smaller as I get further away. This is exactly backwards from what I wanted. Angle of Earth's surface seen from satellite at altitude. Coverage angle, blah, blah, blah. Yes. Are you going to give me an equation? No. This claims that the ISS can see about 400 kilometers. Oh, sorry, from the ISS altitude at 400 kilometers, you can see 140 degrees. So if we're up at 800 kilometers, we should have what we need. So I wonder if the issue, rather than needing to mess with my code and go to a higher altitude, although maybe we will push ourselves to 1 megameter, if we can, if we have the delta V for it. I wonder if we just need to keep pushing our transmit power up, right? Because if you think about when we're close to the Earth, we're 800 kilometers vertically above the Earth's surface, but there are things that are potentially thousands of kilometers away that we're trying to reach, right? So it might just be that we need to just push these up to stupid levels of power usage. And also, this was not adjusted correctly anyway. Yeah, so we can get this thing up to like a kilowatt, which is hilarious. But we definitely can't make that much power with these solar panels. I don't know if we need to push it all the way there. I mean, even at 40 dBm, we have too much. But yeah, if we want to look at this at a distance of like, you know, 6 megameters to Andover. I mean, this says it'll hit Kashima, 6 megameters is fine. Point Mugu, 6 megameters, fine. Supposedly we have enough power. We could probably even push them up a couple more dBm. Yeah, 37 is about the most we can push it to. Without bigger antennas. Or bigger solar panels, rather. And we can afford slightly bigger solar panels, but I think I'd rather spend that delta V being higher up. Is that actually better or worse? Maybe I don't want to spend that delta V being higher altitude. Maybe we're fine at our 8 kilometers. Let's see if we can get to 1 megameter, because that's not a huge extra delta V requirement. Let's see how much DV we have to spare getting ourselves into that 1 megameter orbit. And then, if we can afford bigger solar panels, we will do so, and that'll let us push up our antenna power a little bit further. I think that's what we need to do. How are we doing? I think we're okay. Because I pushed up the target orbit I don't think it really matters much for this part of the burn. Because, like, this thing's job is just to get us out of the atmosphere. We'll see if the Able can successfully do what it needs to do. And push us up to, what did I set it to? 1 megameter? 1 megameter. So, again, I'm hoping it's just a couple other extra seconds of burn time and we had a little bit of spare. So, we'll see what we end up at. Absolute worst case is it doesn't quite hit the eccentricity target, and I have to lower or increase the eccentricity threshold a little bit so it doesn't try to be quite as circular. And I think that's fine for this. We don't have any actual eccentricity requirements. We just need to be able to lob these satellites into space and... But just being a little bit higher, I'm hopeful we can... Let's see, we want to see those, but it would also be nice to see these, if we can see them trigger. Which we may not be able to do, but just the same. Yeah, okay, we still have 12 seconds of burn. We have plenty of Delta V. All right, we're good. We're super good. Come around to AP here. And obviously our initial orbital plane is like right over the Earth, so it'll take a couple of orbits before we can see if we can kind of be in the right place to see any of these other ones. But ideally... Ideally, we'll see something. Oh yeah, we have plenty of Delta V left. So we could maybe even push this orbit a little bit higher. And obviously higher is better, right? The higher we can push our orbit, the more we, the more of the Earth we can see, the more easily we can hit the various stations we need to hit. I forgot that this needed to stabilize. Sorry. Let's see if this can stabilize itself and actually deploy the satellite before I fast forward. There we go. Yeah, we're perpetual. That's good. We have Moscow. That's fine. Let's swing around. We're still, yeah, not good for Trans-Pacific. Oop, we did briefly actually have Paris to Moscow go live. This might be an acceptable angle for Point Mugu to Kashima? Is it? No, doesn't look like it. We don't have a link to either of them. Is that a visibility issue? Or is that a power issue? I don't know. It doesn't tell me. I don't know how to potentially even debug that. Whether it is line of sight issue or a Alright, but Paris-Moscow should be no problem as this swings around again. There's Moscow, there's Paris. Yeah, those ones are... Sorry, hit the wrong button. Those ones are no problem. Those ones were no problem before. So I'm not really that worried about them. I think we can hit Paris-Moscow no problem. Yeah. Let's see as we come around here. Can we hit Transatlantic? Will it connect? It connects! Okay, we got Transatlantic. Let's look at those ones then. Real quick. Yeah, they're good. Draws 7.2 watts out of our max of like 40 watts. So that's fine. Ooh, we can hit Vladivostok to Moscow as well. Although only very briefly. Alright, let's fast forward this for a few more days. And I just want to see what we can get our like 7-day averages to look like for some of these. We might have to try to push to higher altitude still. I think that's going to be our... But yeah, look at that. In 5 days, we're up to 1% over past 7 days for Transatlantic and for Paris-Moscow. Okay. So this can do it. This satellite can do 2 of the contracts successfully on its own. We'll launch more than one because we want extra coverage, we want extra capability, but I think that we're good. Yeah, 4.5% here and just barely 1.5% on these ones. So that's a good reason to have a second satellite doing it. Trans-Pacific, we've been at 0. I think we need to be higher altitude for Trans-Pacific. Which we can try for. We can see if we have the Delta V for it. But I think we're getting into diminishing returns on that one. Let's go to the VAB. If we ditch Trans-Pacific and we grab Soviet, which I think is Moscow to Vladivostok, and I saw that we did briefly have that connection. So if we have maybe a slightly higher altitude and also that contract, we might be able to hit the requirements for all 3 of those, and we'll just skip Trans-Pacific because Trans-Pacific is hard. Get rid of Trans-Pacific. Add Soviet, which is Moscow to Vladivostok. Yes. Okay, and then I'm also going to change the script. We're going to push it up to that, let's try 1.5. I think 1.5 megameters is too high, and I don't think we have the capability for it. But we'll try it. And if we miss it, we'll bring it down to whatever, 1.2, whatever we think we can hit comfortably. Because it did seem like we had quite a bit of Delta V still at 1 megameter. So I'm happy to push that higher. Alright, and Twitch says it's going to drop another ad on us in about a minute. I will just let it do that when that rolls around. I think we're going to be in orbit by then. And when we come back from that ad break, we'll confirm where we're at with this newly selected set of contracts, make sure that, like, we've hit our target altitude, things like that. And then we can probably queue up a couple of these things for real, and just let them run in the background, basically, while we work on our manned program. Right. And once this engine ignites, we can start fast forwarding again. Beautiful. Well, we'll find out if we have the delta V for what we're pushing for. I suspect we don't. I suspect I'm going to have to bring the target altitude down just a little bit. But still, higher is better. Alright, welcome back from the ad break, folks. Appreciate you sticking around. We are just coming around now to the circularization burn, so we're about to find out if we have the delta V. I guess I could do the math at this point and know already, but... The answer is no. But I think 1200 is totally achievable, since we hit a 1500 by 1100. This is going to burn out all of its RCS trying to do this. And I don't think we have the RCS fuel for this. Honestly, a 1500 by 1100 orbit is probably fine. But since the code I have is designed with circular orbits in mind, we're going to do a circular orbit, and we're just going to go down to 1.2 megameters. All right, so we should be able to achieve this comfortably. And then, really, we just need to hit Time Warp for a couple of weeks and see where we're at as far as all of these experimental television contracts. We only need to complete 2 of them, I think, to finish the program. So that's fine. And I think we should be able to hit 2 of them pretty comfortably. So, yeah, I mean, this is all the same. The first stage profile is identical. It's just a matter of how the Able splits up its delta V for what orbits we're trying to get into. Hopefully this will leave just enough on this side that we can get ourselves into the orbit we want. And again, we got into like a 1500 by 1100 before, so pulling down to a 1200 by 1200 I think is acceptable. So, I mean, we're only going to have a little under 10 seconds of burn left when this is over, so we're going to burn through most of this for this part of the burn. And even with 4x time warp, we've still got a little more than 30 seconds left. I'm sure that I've complained about real-time burns in almost every one of these streams, but boy, are the realistic burns long. Yeah, we should be good. And again, just the more we can push this altitude, the more, the better our connection range will be, and just the more reliably we're going to be able to hit that, you know, the contract requirements of a certain percentage of availability over a certain period of time, right? So that's really what matters. All right, and this is just trying to pull down its eccentricity, and maybe we should make this a little bit less aggressive with the eccentricity target, but I guess it's fine. We still have like a quarter of our fuel. All right, let's center focus on Earth again. We're gonna come up around here. Oh, let me get the Scopos stuff up. There we go. Can we quite hit Vladivostok? Maybe not from here. Nope, not on this pass, unfortunately. But as we come around here, we should have... Well, definitely Moscow. Oh, Paris-Moscow. Beautiful. So yeah, Paris-Moscow is the easy one. It works great with a polar orbit. You just have coverage for about, 3 or 4 of your orbits, and then you lose it. Transatlantic, I think we have pretty good coverage on these days. Yep, we get transatlantic once every few orbits. So yeah, if we just fast forward this for a few days. What are we looking at? So over the past 7 days, Paris-Moscow is great. Soviet, not there. We don't have great coverage over Vladivostok but transatlantic looks good. Okay. So yeah, I think if we were to launch like 4 of these, we could hit 2 of the contracts easy. I think with 1 of them, we can hit 2 of the contracts. But if we launch a couple more, we can... one, we're just keeping our Thor launch pad busy, but it will... It'll help guarantee that we definitely hit it. So I think we could just queue up a few of these things and just get them into orbit, and we'll... We'll be good to go on getting 2 of those contracts done. I probably have some tooling, huh? Yeah, this procedural probe core. This is what? Avionics S6? Oh, I don't even have any Avionics S6 tooled. Alright. Well, that's that one then. That's a new one. So let's launch... Oop. Yep, unlock 1 part. Well, let's queue up 2 of these, because there's no reason not to have a couple of them queued up. Alright, I think that's kind of all we can do for prep work right now. We're going to have the unmanned Mercury coming up in a few weeks. 2 months. And then we got to get the astronaut complex done. Maybe like that. The sooner we get the astronaut complex done, the better, because then we can start our trainings. And we can't do our actual manned Mercury flights until the trainings are done. All right. But first, it looks like we're going to have a TV satellite that gets to go up. Let's get that into orbit. Okay, booster drop. Everything looking good so far. Yeah. I mean, this engine is so reliable for us at this point. I do think we could probably stretch it a little bit further if we really wanted to, but... because this is just running, yeah, pretty much right at that. I think it's like 270 seconds. But it's definitely a... it's very reliable now, and if we wanted to try to stretch this, I think we'd be hurting our reliability a little bit. We'd probably also need to invest in some better boosters, because I think we're running into the limits of our launch TWR on this thing. I wonder if Scopos will use multiple hops. Like, if my satellites can see each other, can it use that for these contracts? I don't see why not. So once we have more than one of these up, we might also be able to hit Trans-Pacific, depending on what orbits they end up in, if they can see each other, etc. But I'm not going to go into that with that being a plan. But if the constellation ends up in the right place, then then so be it. Oh, I should be fast forwarding through here. Sorry. We've all seen this burn a million times. We don't need to see it again. Another 30 seconds or so. That's real time. 2 minutes game time, but... yeah, beautiful. That's just about what we had during the simulator, so I'm happy with that. Yeah, we're gonna be okay. Pretty much the same as the sim. 1, 0. There we go. All right, and that is one of our TV satellites. There we go. Space Center. All right, next thing we've got is our unmanned test flight of our Atlas Mercury setup. Beautiful time for launch. I'm happy with that. Let's get this thing going. Oh. Yes, that's fine. No trained crew, that's okay. Launch it anyway. I should file a bug about that. Like, it tells you to do an unmanned test flight, and then it gives you a bunch of scary messages when you do. Alright. So that is this orbital test flight uncrewed contract. I think we should have no problems hitting this. We simmed this a bunch during the early part of the stream. All right. And actually, this ended up fine. This is a 200 by 400 orbit, which is like what we want. Cool. And we are in time warp. So let's just recenter on the Earth. We can skip ahead. God, stop, Chatterer, stop. Oh, I guess it should stop itself. Right, that's the way this is designed. It should stop itself. Yes. Cool. Yep, points itself retro. Beautiful. All right. And this is going to come in at a pretty... This is a pretty shallow re-entry. I don't know if that's better or worse for this heat shield. We will find out. But that was almost exactly as shallow as it was possible to be. So... All right. We are shedding speed. Not as fast as one might like, but we'll get there as we get into thicker part of the atmosphere. We're still very shallow. Like I said, this entry is not ideal. Let's put it that way. But I think we should be okay. I mean, when I was looking at our entries and other during the Sims, we didn't really have anything that seemed awful. So Oop. Yeah, okay, our PE height is dropping fast. We're good. We're shedding speed. Oop. Yep, that's not in orbit anymore, I guess. Thanks for that, camera. Looks like we're going to be in the Pacific Ocean somewhere. Although maybe over Africa. We'll see how much further we slow down. Africa's big, and we are slowing down a lot. So we might be on land over Africa. I have absolutely nothing in my scripts. Obviously, that would try to get us to land in the ocean, so... There we go. Now we're finally heating up. Come on! Come on! Yikes! Okay, didn't love that. But that's alright. That was probably the worst case, like, super shallow re-entry, right? So we're good. Just gotta wait for this to hit parachute altitude. All right, and we're done. Orbital test flight, uncrewed. Recover vessel. Cool. So the next one to grab for that is first orbital flight crewed. Which we will happily accept. Where are we here? Yeah, let's get the astronaut complex done, and then we can hire an astronaut and start training them. Because it's going to take 300 and some odd days for an astronaut to train, which is the better part of a year. And then we have to fly 2 flights. So we actually, I guess, want 2 astronauts. Who do we have with various courage? That's an engineer. I want pilots, obviously, for our initial flight. All right. Stefan. And I guess Jorg. Oh, not enough funds. Okay. How much did it cost? I didn't see. Oh, 5,000. Okay. So we'll start proficiency training. Start training. All right, let's warp to fun target of 5100 and just warp to it. Let's hire training, proficiency, Jorg, start. Okay. Oh, and they both finish 3rd April 1966. Cool. I don't know why, but sure. So we basically have a year to skip ahead with nothing we can do, which is not really... Well, we'll have the TV contracts, I guess, which should be starting to make progress, honestly. Yeah. So once the TV contracts are done... let me actually double check that it's just 2 of them that we have to complete. Yeah, at least 2. So we'll be able to wrap up this program and then potentially start looking at... Yeah, it'll be this first-gen commercial applications that we'll want to grab, and we'll grab it slowly again. Because these are going to require more complex contracts for us. Oh, and again, we'll just grab this on, like, slow, because we're not in a rush with the commercial applications. They're time fillers. But we could potentially get started on this while we're waiting for other things to happen. Yeah, I'm not sure how long the mission training takes. I can't select them. 71 days. Okay. How long does it take to make one of our Mercury capsules, to build it? Because I'm just thinking about, like, what are our... When do we want to start doing this so we can fly 2 of these back to back? Integration time is 67 days. Okay. So basically, we start them at the same time, because I think mission training has an expiration date, or it used to, in older versions of RP-1. Time for mission training varies based on not stupidity. Oh, yikes. Yeah, I don't remember how mission training works. Let me see if it's in the RP-1 wiki. Let's see. Can I see the wiki? Let me see if I can find this. Doesn't say specifically how long training lasts in the FAQ. Let me see if I can find it. Not worth messing around with. I'm sure the 4 days or so that we have is fine. Let's get this second TV satellite up there. Because this will... I mean, we already can finish. We'll be able to finish the program without a second one, but the more coverage we have, the better. So Oh, I should have named this something different, probably. But that's okay. Because they're both just called TV. That should be fine, though. Although I'm concerned at how low some of these numbers are. 0.5% over the last 7 days? Surely it's been more than... well, I'm glad I'm launching another one. That might be an artifact of time warping too quickly in the wrong, scene or something like that. Sometimes stuff gets weird with that, I know. So, we'll see. We might have to be careful with our time warp requirements, but... I think with 2 of these up here, we're going to be in pretty good shape. Okay. Doing fine. Another couple of minutes on the burn. Hopefully I didn't mess that up. I missed my time to turn off the time warp. Nope, it's okay. It figured out where it was. Alright, and again, it's just using RCS to try to fine-tune its velocity here. All right, and then it points at the sun, which, well, isn't visible right now, but will be soon. And do both of these have perpetual power right now? I think so. All right, let's go to the Space Center then. Let's clean up some of our boosters and stuff that are still floating around in orbit, just to make Principia's life a little bit easier. If we didn't just crash. Oh, we just crashed. Okay, that's not good. That's a bad time for a crash. I have no idea what would have been saved. Yep, there goes the game. Okay. While the game is rebooting, it's not quite time for the ad break yet, but it is just a couple minutes away, so I'm going to go ahead and run the ad now. When we come back from the ad, the game will be back booted up, and we will figure out... Well, we'll figure out where we need to pick up from. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. All right, welcome back from the ad, folks. We are, I think we're okay. We had both of the probes when we came back from the break, so I'm watching this over the past few days. It seems like we're getting things moving. We just need to skip ahead, I guess, until the contract completes. Paris, Moscow, complete. And then, let's see, Soviet, we're not quite getting there. Transatlantic we are, though, so we'll get that one done as well. Should get it in just the next few orbits, I think. Come on, there it goes. Beautiful. Contract complete and program complete. Early commercial applications. Ooh, and that was a big reputation boost. All right, and I guess we just grab first generation. I said we were going to take it at slow speed, so we can accept this program now. And the question is, are we going to have... Oh, God. That's a lot of contracts. Let's go back to this view. Our world is the contract we need to complete. Okay, so this is the capstone. So we must meet... Oh, interesting. We can accept all of these contracts. Okay, Atlas Agena. Delta E1, Delta D. Okay, so these are potentially fairly large communication satellites to fairly large regions. North Atlantic level 1. 12 megabits. Oh, round-trip latency of at most 800 milliseconds. Target availability 95%. Okay. So this is where... whether you achieve this with a MEO or LEO constellation or a single GEO satellite is up to you. Okay. So that's the question. And then for our world, we need to have done Paris, Moscow, Soviet. Oh no, just 2 again. It's just 2. Okay. So we could potentially just launch a really big constellation of the existing polar comms satellites. I don't know how many we need to hit 95% reliability. It's a lot of them, but they're cheap. We can keep launching them. I just hate to do that. But let's grab the ones that we know we're going to want to do, which is North Atlantic and Paris, Moscow. Because we're going to need those for our world. Oh, and that's it. We basically just have to do that. So, yeah, if we just keep launching these things into polar orbit, eventually we'll have enough of them. It's kind of silly, but it would work. The other option is... well, I'm not really sure what the other option is. We can go up to higher altitude satellites. They can see more of the planet at the same time. That's going to require Atlas, because we are at the limits of our Thor-able launchers right now. It also potentially requires more tech. So yeah, do we wait a year plus? Well, how many years do we have on this thing? Oh, we have years. I gave myself like 5 years and then some. So yeah, let's not rush this. Let's do this, like, let's try to do, maybe not geosynchronous, but at least MEO satellites. So the constellation can be smaller. And then we can, you know, shoot a few of those up into a higher orbit. I think that's reasonable. So in that case, we just have to push forward on Mercury. And that means skipping ahead a whole, like, freaking year. But I don't really think there's anything else we can do in the interim. We talked last time about kind of why lunar satellite is stalled. I need more tech. So I think it's got to happen. Ugh, I hate to skip ahead that far forward, but... Alright, I'm doing it. I'm pushing the button. Oh god, did we just get a bunch of warnings that stopped our time warp? I don't care if it's below 1%. Alright, maybe we need to cancel those contracts for now then, if they're gonna yell at us. Oh! I didn't realize that I was gonna have these maintenance contracts. These kind of popped out of nowhere, didn't they? Availability 5% in July, target 1%, transatlantic. Oh, currently 0%. Oh, I think we're fine. We should hit these. Oop. And we had a retirement. All right. Chief designer. Who are our options? Glushko. Minus 15 to Hydrolux. Nope. I want to be pushing on Hydrolux real soon in the future. Balloon tanks and Hydrolux. You know what? Sure. Ah, what did I just click on? Oh, okay, that's fine. All right, so turns out these contracts spit out a bunch of messages. Yeah, 1%. We're hitting these targets, I think. It's just that kind of every month that rolls past. Yeah, every time we change months, we get these pop-ups that are like, hey. And I guess I could launch a couple more. Oh, we failed. Which ones did we fail? Really? 0% on transatlantic? Wait, and Paris? There's no way Paris-Moscow failed. Okay, well... Did my satellites go out of power? No. They have EC. I mean, I can launch more of them just to get better coverage, and, like, we have the funds, we may as well. I guess just launch a couple more of these guys just to get additional coverage of that, There we go. 3 more. See if that just pushes our numbers for the SLA over where it'll be happy. Because probably we go through periods where we don't have great connection. So we may as well fly a few more. I just... Oop, we got heaps of messages. There we go. See, that was fine. Yeah, so we probably just don't quite have the coverage for what it wants, which is, by the way, like 1% over... Well, 1% over 30 days is like... Why is this just going away when I click on it? Can I please look at what I wanted to look at? Thank you, game. Yeah, 0.7% over the past... So I just don't think I have sufficient continuous coverage. So the way to fix that is to launch more satellites. That really does spring that on you, though. It doesn't quite explain... Because you can beat the base contract with spottier coverage because you're averaging over a longer period of time, and then be in a place where you're really not prepared for these maintenance contracts. I don't know if that's been changed in newer versions of RP-1. As I mentioned earlier in the stream, this install is getting pretty old at this point. But again, it doesn't hurt to just get a few more of them up there, and hopefully that fixes our coverage woes. The problem is that every one of these launches is like 10 minutes of my life that I'm never getting back. So if I want to launch a big LEO constellation, it's going to take a while. Yeah, I don't see much in the changelog. I mean, I am like 3 or 4 versions behind now of RP-1, and I know there's changes in other changelogs as well, including Scopos. But yeah, the These satellites should be able to maintain the network. I think I just... Again, I think the coverage isn't continuous enough, so I kind of ended up in a weird kind of trap with it. But again, it doesn't hurt to fly a few more of them to have the extra coverage, so... Yeah, I mean, this is showing all of this stuff is fine. So I'm not sure why I've been failing. It might be that we're time warping too fast, and that just, like, screws up, these contracts. That is always a possibility with anything that's trying to track connections or anything else. It's just that, like, you completely skip over the events that it's measuring, and... Alright, there we go. That is a third satellite in the constellation. And we've got 2 more queued up. So, hopefully we can keep coverage reasonable. See? Why is our connectivity so low? Why are we getting these alerts? Availability is 1% over the last 7 days, below the target of 1%. Back above, above, below, above, below. Okay, I was going to say, a lot of those were older messages. The notification spam on this is atrocious. Yeah, okay, so I just changed scenes and I got re-notified that I'm out of SLA. Interesting. And like it is, it's 0.9 over the past week. So like we do, again, our coverage is bursty, right? So hopefully with a couple more satellites, it'll have better continuous coverage and it'll be happier. Oh, All right, well, all of our notifications are now, I think, positive ones. These all say back to normal, so that's at least something. Yeah, I mean, up to 10% over the last 7 days for Paris-Moscow. Weirdly, only 1.5% for Atlantic. And then if we go down to these ones, you know, targeting 95% over a 90-day period, like obviously we're not hitting that with a 5-satellite constellation, but have I tried unplugging it and plugging it back in? Yeah. I think we'll be okay for the ongoing maintenance now with these few extra ones. It just really kind of took me by surprise. I'm really pushing, and I think we'll get it done. Yeah, I can get that done tonight. I really do want to get first manned orbit done. I don't think we're going to get both orbital missions done. But we can get the first manned orbit mission done. Today... And that'll be a nice milestone achievement to round off tonight's stream with. All right. And that is TV satellite number 4. And we will have a 5th one even before we fly Mercury. These are not enough, obviously, for the next generation contracts. These ones, where we need, 95% plus coverage. But they will absolutely keep these maintenance contracts happy for the year, I hope. Even just the 4 of those is probably fine, but I'll get a 5th one in since we've already got it queued up. Hey, there we go. Now we're getting contract complete. Month 3 here, month 1 here. Yeah. We definitely reset a few times. Yeah, there... Does this just not work with Time Warp? Is that what we're discovering? That if Time Warp goes too fast, that this just falls over? Yeah. Like, our availability is like 40% on a lot of these. But I'm getting these weird messages that it's 0%. I am definitely going to have to maybe, well, definitely maybe. Yeah, I'm going to have to hop into the Discord and ask around and see if anyone has any advice for making that less obnoxious when you're fast forwarding. Because right now, that is honestly making me not want to play the game. Because, yeah, all 4 of them are still perpetual EC. They're all still in sunlight. They're all doing fine. There's, yeah, connected 30% over the past 7 days. Target availability is 1% by the end of March. That should be fine. 30% over the last 7 days, 30% over the last 7 days. These ones are only 8.5% over the last 7 days. It does seem like I'm fine, and just every once in a while, due to how it counts, or maybe when the contract changes month to month, it starts counting again, so something resets. Like it resets to 0 every month maybe, and then I get interrupted even if my coverage is still good. Oh, here we go. April 22nd, someone filed an issue for what I'm seeing. Exiting and entering tracking station causes SLA errors. So yeah, it appears there are some known issues. So yeah, the SLA warnings reappearing. Make a way to stop notification spam from maintenance contracts. Agreed. Yeah, especially if it resets to 0 at the start of every month and then has to reaccumulate, and then it's like, hey, we haven't had time to reaccumulate yet. Like, that's... frustrating. Oh, Jesus Christ. Nope, we're reverting. I bumped my spacebar when I was going out of time warp and staged. I don't count that as a real mission failure. We're reverting. Well, we got one extra flight of the Thor today. Oh. Yeah, looking at GitHub and looking at the Discord, it seems like there are a bunch of known issues with Scopos. So, what I may do is just accept that I have a program slot that's lost forever, and not try to do anything else with commercial applications. They don't get me any more science anyway. They're purely, they're kind of time fillers for when we're waiting for tech, and they're a little bit of extra money, but they may not be worth the hassle at this point, given the state of Scopos. And then XOH, hello. Welcome in. Hopefully I didn't just mess this one up again. Yep, we're good. This will happily get itself into orbit now. And very nearly to... There we go. And that is our 5th satellite. Alright, well, we definitely have the coverage. At this point, if the maintenance contracts get messed up, it is bugginess from Scopos. But... Alright, let's clean up our boosters. We've got a few able stages floating around. Yeah, and 5 TV satellites that weirdly are all in the Southern Hemisphere right now. But, I mean, again, if we look at our coverage... Alright, well, everything's disconnected because they're in the Southern Hemisphere. But if we check the contracts, 30% over the last 7 days. And... like 9% over the last 7 days. So I think we're going to be okay. But again, it's just a question of, is it going to play nice with Time Warp? And is it going to play nice with not spamming me notification when the month rolls over? Oh, look, the month rolled over and it spammed. No, it wasn't even the month. Okay. Alright, I think I do need to just get rid of the level 1s. I think these ones are blipping at me, even though I haven't even started trying to do them yet. Maybe not. What are you saying? 0%. So this is Moscow, Paris in the past 7 days. I mean, maybe, but I have a hard time believing that's true with 25% in March overall. All right, well, we just finished maintenance on those. And we got a bunch of... Yeah, this is miserable. Alright, let's get one of our crew started with mission training. And let's get a rocket ready to go. Not this rocket. This rocket. Launch Complex 2. Everything's human rated. Launch? Oh, and of course, we come out of the VAB, and we get that everything is out of SLA again. So I think there's some issues with scene switches that cause this to create extra messages. All right, so yeah, that's going to be ready a little bit before my astronaut. 51 days. Oh, I thought I checked and these took like 60-something days to build. I mean, fine. And we also have rollout time, so that's also fine. Let's skip ahead. Month 5, month 3. All right, we're getting there. Availability was 100% over the last 7 days. All right. But then we're back out of SLA again. So, yeah, there's something buggy about this. All right, well, we're rolled out. We just have to wait for our mission training. I guess we can start another one. Duplicate. Rename. Mercury 2. Save. Oh, wait, no. Edit. We need to swap out our crew science so that we do different different science on each one. Configure crew science. Here we go. So we've got visual tracking and liquids in microgravity. So we want to do flight control experiments and Earth photography. Okay, that'll be the second one. Oh, how do I have 2 of these? Shoot. Scrap. Yes. Okay. That's fine. I guess we should start the crew training, too. Yeah, because he'll be ready a few days after the second Mercury capsule is ready. And now we have Huge connectivity spam again. All right. Skip to morning. Launch. Is this like a Sims mod of KSP? A little bit. So this is all the realism overhaul mods plus the campaign mode, and the campaign mode adds all sorts of things that you have to keep track of, including training your astronauts and keeping them happy. In my case, I have a TV network that I set up that I have to keep an eye on, and that's been frustrating me. So we've got our first pilot, our first Mercury. This is it. This is first manned orbit in 1966. Okay, we're a little bit late, but it's fine. Fill all. Stefan, let's do it. We might have to do a quick revert on this, because I think I missed a step in the script. Let's check the script. Mercury orbit. Yes, this is still set. I'm glad that I caught that. Okay. This needs to be 6 hours, not an hour and a half, because we need enough time for all of the crew experiments to happen. Stefan needs to, have time to drink his Jell-O and whatever else. Wah? Oh yeah, that's the other part of this, is I'm not flying anything by hand. I've written programs that fly all of my launches, all of my satellites, everything. So this whole mission profile, it'll go up, it'll do, 6 hours, which should be about 4 orbits. And that should be enough time that the crew experiments will have time to run. We've got liquids in microgravity and visual tracking in this flight. And, yeah. This will get us a ton of science points as well. Liquid oxygen is not. I need to see if I can fix that. Oh, look at all these contract complete. Crude altitude record, 15 kilometers. Yeah, I never flew any planes. I never did any suborbital crew flights. I waited for orbit. So we're getting all of this stuff, like, all at once. Yeah, so these ones only need 4 hours, but I've got the flight set for 6, so that's fine. All right, and we can go ahead and, how's our orbit? Our orbit is good. All right, Chatterer, that's enough. So this should get up to 6 hours on the mission clock. And then it should automatically come out of time warp. Beautiful. We should have all of our research done. Yes. So we're holding on to like 40-something science points here. Oh no, they transmitted. Never mind. There we go. And this is a nice steep re-entry, which I'm happy about. The unmanned one was very shallow, and it made me very nervous. All right. We are in the atmosphere. Stefan is very excited. Look at that. Oh, you can't see the grin on his face. My thing is over it. There we go. Look at that grin on his face. This is my first manned mission. I forgot the camera was going to be down there. Usually that corner is free. Oh, there we go. That's the view we want. Look at him. He's so happy. All right, so we're down below 100 kilometers. That explosion sound, I think, was the retro booster burning up in the atmosphere near us. I don't know what keeps turning that internal view off. I'm trying to leave it on. But we should be hitting... Alright, I am actually going to turn it off on purpose now. There we go. Around 70 kilometers, we start to use the heat shield. Slowing down, slowing down. Please don't blow up my first astronaut. We're good. We're super good. All right, now we wait. Oh, we've got to be over like the middle of the ocean somewhere, huh? Where are we coming in? Off of the west coast of Africa, it looks like. Into the Atlantic Ocean. We're just waiting for the return home safely. Looks good. Parachutes are good. And splashdown. And that is... well, no, not that one. Not these ones. First orbit! There we go! Recover vessel. I swear to God, if the game crashes. We already had our one crash earlier in the stream. We don't need another one. All right. I can see everything, says first human in orbit. Oh, that's not a great screenshot that it took. All right, that is great, though. We have some science. Let's deal with science first. That's the most important part. Capsule materials, early docking procedures. And then with the science we're going to get from the second crewed flight, we'll do this early hydrolocks. And maybe we'll get a little bit more out of it, but that gives us a better RL10 configuration, I think. I didn't actually, like, compare them. Base is, what? 66 kilonewtons, ISP of 422, rated burn time 430. 67 kilonewtons, ISP 427, rated burn time 470. Yeah, so it is a slightly longer burn time and slightly better thrust RL10 variant, and probably a little more reliable. So we're going to want to grab that. But the important thing is this. Well... and again, this is the question. With the insulation layers, we can potentially send to the our RL-10 Centaur equivalent all the way to the moon and have that capture our lunar satellites. But with early docking procedures, we potentially don't even need that. And we can maybe still rely on Atlas Agena and a different upper stage that gets us better... using our better RCS options to finally, to do our final capture, because we actually will have, like, hydrazine thrusters and things like that, finally. So I'm still not sure which of those options I want to go down. Both of them are going to be important. But then, ultimately, when we do get to the moon and get the lunar orbiter, that's going to need to push our science forward. We might want to work on lunar lander of some sort. That will be... I mean, here we go. This is the Surveyor engine, right, is under this node. So... the kind of leapfrogging right now is human orbit gets us lunar probe, the tech we need for lunar probes, which will push us, hopefully, over the edge for an unmanned lunar lander. And then that'll give us the tech for our next generation human orbit, which will be some kind of Gemini equivalent. because we will have one of these nodes has additional, like, yeah, here we go, new crew science that we can do. So that'll be coming up soon. But I'm super happy with first crewed orbit done today. We have 200 applicants. Do I want to throw those in as researchers, or do I want to sit on them until I'm ready to start bootstrapping a new launch complex? I don't know yet, so I'm not going to make a decision now. I'll make the decision next time I do KSP. But yeah, I'm going to call it here. Thanks very much, everybody who tuned in. I really, really appreciate it. If you find this on YouTube and want to watch me live, there's a link to my Twitch down in the doodly-doo. And for everyone else, I stream KSP every Wednesday. So I'll see y'all in the next one, and thanks very, very, very much for tuning in. Ta-ta.